hefty afternoon to all of you. Today, One Shot Bros. Not even waiting, Rocket Knight, are we? What's up? Yes. Hello, Realm of Shadows. It's good to see everybody. Leo, Soulfire, Rocket Knight, Candro, Golden Z, Lord Blob, everybody. It's good to see all of you. And yes, I'm a plushie today because, yeah, it is. Whew, it is very cold today. I am wrapped up in a blanket, and I still feel bad. As I said, the last time we streamed Dead by Daylight, internet issues were hitting me like a motherfucker. So, yeah, we're gonna try it again. Fittingly enough, when Behavior released a big update about their quality of life initiative, and I will get into that as we go on. So, whew, let me first grab something that I probably forgot right here on the shelf here. Ugh. You had snow for a couple days. Yeah, Kendra, we actually had snow here. It was actually snowing pretty heavily over here, like the previous day, if I remember correctly. Thankfully, it didn't stick, so that is something. Standing wrapped up my blanket again. Do I have a cat under my blanket? No! Mario and Luigi aren't here right now. They're upstairs, so yeah. Anyways, Behavior's Quality of Life Initiative, which is something I was not anticipating to be dropped by Behavior today, of all times, too. So, whilst we're playing the games, I may as well get into it, I guess. Let me pull up the forum post just so I can actually see where the hell I was going to be reading from. Oh my. Where's Pei when we need her? I think she'd love to hear about these changes. I think she might be sleeping though. I don't really want to bug Pei to join if she's occupied, so. But I do like that you all love having her around. Believe me, I do. So anyways, to clarify what I was talking about before, with this quality of life initiative, essentially, it literally is what it says on the tin. And if I could pull up the forum post instead of the Reddit post, that'd be nice. Essentially, and I quote, the game is undergoing a substantial quality of life initiative, which should address many long-standing concerns and frustrations that players have been experiencing. This is the words that are being read from the forum post. That is Behavior's exact words. Actually, where is my window capture? Let me see if I can do this. This should work, right? Yeah, there we go. Alright, that's set up. I will save that for when we get out of this first game, so. Area is under a level 1 snow emergency because of the blowing snow. Is it currently snowing where you are, Rocket Knight? Jesus. And yeah, Pei, if I remember correctly, was still a little bit sick, like when we streamed last Friday. I'm honestly kind of hoping that she recovers, because as much fun as I have with her, I really hope that she gets better, because I don't like to see my friends sick. So, yeah. And we begin the chaos on Yamaoka Estate. Not snowing right now in Ohio. Wind is blowing the snow across the roads. Oh! Yeah, I can see how that'd be a hazard. Is that a huntress I hear? Yes, it is. Alright, so that's one part of the duo. Who's the other one? Man, I'm sniffly today. A Huntress and Legion, it looks like. Oh boy. Hey, Cute Rarity, it's good to see you. One down. And I hear the Legion behind me. Let's get you fixed up here, Yui. That poor Sable. Oh, I got this one. When was the last time I played Left 4 Dead? Probably a while. I should really see about organizing a session with friends when we all have the time, because I know that, remember the last few times I streamed Left 4 Dead, we actually had a lot of fun. Yeah, I was gonna say, that Yui, there is no way that we finish the gen in time! Before the Huntress gets here. Direction are you coming from, Huntress? Ouch. Did I just see the... Oh, there she is. I was about to say, did I just see the Huntress? Yes, I did. It was right from a fair distance away from us. Hey, so good to see you. Yes, indeed, Marcus, it is Monday. So reminds me of that one Robot Chicken sketch. I'm gonna start calling you Monday. I hate Mondays. Another one bites the dust. Dude, another gen bites the dust. Somehow it only seems to work better when Pay's around here. Alright, Huntress, you are around here somewhere. Oh! You're right there! Why are you right there? I didn't hear you. I didn't hear your terror radius. Just say you didn't have a terror radius at all. That was some scary timing there. Get down from there, Elodie. Oh, hi, Nia. There. Oh, excuse me. Legion of fast approaching our position. Seem to have broken her ankles a moment there. Wait! Still don't know how that works, or how that keeps happening. Literally just whoop, vacuumed her on the other side of the pallet. I still don't understand how that works. And hey, Faceless, I kind of heard what was happening. I hope you're doing okay there, Les. Genuinely. Worried about you. But you're always welcome here. What's up? Thank you, Store, for that one. What's up? And hello, Hubris. afternoon to you, sir. Actually, hang on. Let me do that. Jesus. Hello, Anidon. Oh. Already? Okay. Kayla, do the honors. Uh-oh, that is a huntress. You'll excuse me, I need to go rescue our friend Nia there. Get down from there. Hello, Dr. Who's as well. Was it that gate that just opened, or was it another one? It was another one. And I have already forgotten where all the gates are, besides that one. Alright, that one! Literally just follow Ada. Uh-oh. Wait, where is Sable being caged? There's risk. Ooh, cursed altruism! Elodie's dead, but I can still at least, maybe, rescue Sable? No, Faceless, you're fine. Don't worry about it. This is what we're all here for. Ooh, cursed altruism! Okay. Actually, I have no idea if Sable even got out. Oh, she did! Oh, thank the gods. So Sable, I would not be tempting fate, Sable. I'm starting to think this is not a good idea, Sable. Okay, I was going to say, you were really tempting fate there. I'm just happy we got her out. I didn't think we would. When is taunting the killer ever a good idea? Usually never. Unless, you know, I don't know. Let me grab this really quick. Nice. I completed all this. Alright, while we do that, let's have a look at some more of the Quality of Life Initiative and see if we can't go over some of the things in it. Boop. That is Twitter. Sorry. So yeah, the initiative is going to be taking place over 2 phases. The first one coming within 2 months from April to June, and the second one going from July to December. And to accommodate for this change, unfortunately, a lot of releases that behavior we're planning are being pushed back. That is including chapters, rifts, event modifiers, and collections. That is cosmetic collections, that is. So, you know, it is a little bit of a what is the word? Not a letdown. Slightly disappointing, I guess, that some of these things are being pushed back, especially considering some of the things that are coming in, which, as Storm the Hedgewolf says there, yeah, I think maybe the Five Nights at Freddy's chapter is one of the things being delayed, but I don't know. I'm personally of a standpoint that, you know, long-term health of the game would be a little more important in this instance, so while I understand the frustration of some of these things being pushed back, I think maybe this would benefit a lot of people in the long run. So, Yeah. Let's get into the next game, and then maybe we'll go over some of the other things that are coming in this quality of life initiative. TF2 and DVD are two different games when it comes to taunting. Yeah, they are. In some regards. Mo's dwelling. Oh, Trevor, you jump scared me there. Ooh. One of them's nearby. One down. The one thing that always throws me off about 2v8 is just how literally every killer uses the generic terror radius, so it's hard for me to actually differentiate what killers are which, like I normally am, which, I can already tell that's a trapper, though, and I don't quite feel confident about this now. Alright, so, a trapper. Who's his partner, then? Oh, Trevor! Get you healed up, Belmont boy. Hang on, Michaela. Wow. Did those two gens just pop simultaneously? Okay, so a trapper, who is his partner? I literally have only seen one of the two killers this match. I don't know who the other one is. Got you again, Michaela. Or Michaela number 2, rather. Imagine double trap. No. Oh, that would be one of the only things in this game to actually want me to DC. And I. Oh, hi! That's a spirit. Trapper and spirit. All right. Jesus. Yep, I got you. Yeah, cute rarity. They put bots into 2v8 survivor lobbies to I guess speed up the queue times. Hasn't really helped with killer queue time as far as I'm immediately aware, which kind of sucks. I need to be watching the ground because it's a trapper. Watch the ground, watch the ground. hello, Hattie Bot. And hello, Dominic. And off you get from there. Uh-oh, which one of them is coming up? Trapper rapidly approaching. Why must it be me that is forsaken? Shit! Oh no, I hear the spirit too. There, he's trapping the exit gate! Mercy! Ow! I'm going to go to another exit gate, one that does not have, that hopefully does not have a trap by it. Thank you, Jason, I think. Uh-oh. Hattie Bot, get the gate open! Thank you. Don't worry, Hannah. Okay, that was kind of harrowing. The other three get out. It's the two Michaelas and Jill, that is. The two Michaelas, yes. Where is Jill? Oh. I got confused over there. How was the morning? Cold and still a little eepy, but other than that, I'm doing alright. Thank you for asking, Faceless. Everybody got out. Nice. Alright, so before the next match, let's actually go over the quality of life stuff that are being announced, shall we? Let me pull my thing up again. Alright, so, a lot of things coming. We're going to look at Phase 1 first, since that is from April to June. So, firstly, they're working on a surrender state, and I quote, "The team is working on a surrender feature, which would limit most player frustrations on both sides. To get it right, we first need to identify the situations where its use would be most appropriate, leading us to two scenarios. Survivor side, all remaining survivors have been slugged, as in everybody is on the floor. And killer side, all remaining survivors are bots, as in every survivor literally rage quit or DC. At least that's what I assume that's what they're getting at. Once these instances occur, players will be able to use a surrender option, ending the trial while retaining the blood points they've earned and escaping the disconnect penalty. Which, personally, I think is nice. You know, if the killer slugs everybody and then you don't want to spend like 5 minutes hanging there on the ground, then you can just literally surrender, get your blood point bonus, and it's basically avoid getting like a disconnection penalty. It's quite nice. Then we have the gamma adjustments. It is, you know, brightness, fixing the darkness, and since some players have a little trouble seeing in some maps at some point, so that's nice. And then we have, this is one of the bigger ones, the Go Next prevention. That is, Go Next being this mindset of Survivor players, when they're put on a hook, they will do everything in their power to quickly go to the next game that, like you know, basically surrendering to the killer, giving up on Hook, and doing everything in the power to just die on Hook. Which, as a lot of us have probably experienced, is one of the bigger epidemics right now in Dead by Daylight. And good to see you, by the way, Ellie. Thank you for coming on in. So essentially, to disincentivize this go next behavior, implementing measures that will help us identify when a player is attempting to go next, quote unquote. When identified, they will receive a disconnection penalty point and lose an entire grade. Now, I gotta admit, when I read that the first time, I was like, wait, what, an entire grade? So let me actually pull my game back up right now just to show. So, like, literally, if you were, like, at, like, I don't know, like, gold rank, and you are hit with this go next punishment, do you literally drop from, like, gold to silver rank? Because, like, that... I mean, I imagine that would be that would very much dissuade players from doing that, from giving up on Hook and everything, but even though, I think that's a little harsh, even though it is kind of a step in the right direction. But who knows? Maybe behavior will tinker about with that. Who knows? Like I said, it is a step in the right direction, though. On the other hand, as they continue to write, we like to reward players who stick it out through those challenging matches, even when things take a dire turn. Moving forward with a new emblem-based multiplier that grants additional blood points during your following match, with a bonus stretching over consecutive trials, which is also a very nice bonus. So there is that. I'm going to continue reading after this next match. So, just give everybody a little time to digest all that. And Faces, I will boop the bendy for you. Thank you. There you go. And a redeem from Dominic, thank you.
So, I understand this Valentine's Day was 3 days ago. If any of you think of asking my little Rin to be your Valentine, I shall hunt you down and gut you like a fish.
Rocket Knight, really hoping that they are able to differentiate between a player who is giving up on Hook to go next and one who is giving up to give Hatch. Because that's about the only time I will purposely miss skill checks on Hook. And, sorry, I should have clarified, Rocket Knight, that the big news was what behavior now to the Quality of Life Initiative. I should have clarified that was the big news, but, yeah. Hope things are going well so far, everyone. Yeah, they are, Ellie. Thank you for asking. Thank you for that. If you want news about that, Rocket Knight, as far as I recall, I believe the first demo for Markiplier Montage is releasing today. I don't know when, but it is releasing today. And though the stuff I worked on isn't part of the demo, I really do hope that people still enjoy playing it and seeing what we've got in store for the future. That's really all I can say without giving away anything else that's in the works, so. Alright, Raccoon City. And hello, Kenny. Ooh, a medkit. That would be the unmistakable sound of a hillbilly. shit! Sorry, Michaela. That was my bad. Is that also a Death Slinger I hear? That is a Death Slinger. Where was I in a cage? Over there. All the way over there. Uh-oh. Hello, Hillbilly! Ah! I waited a little too long there. What was I just thinking about? Oh, let's see. Well, I wish they had the unique terror radii some of the different killers didn't have in 2D8 as well as in normal. I understand the stacking of those radii would be absolute cacophony on the ears, which, yeah, I can definitely see how that'd be a problem. So, yeah. Well, this is awkward. Oh, Leon! You can't scare a girl like that. You know, I've also just realized that Raccoon City on 2v8 is literally like the old Raccoon City map when both the east and west wings were combined. Am I the only one who's noticed that? Because I feel like I am. It's a nice touch, though. Oh, hello. There we go. Ouch. Down you get from there, Sable. Oh, business is picking up with the killers now. Oh dear. I have to wonder how Tari would feel playing a game like Dead by Daylight. I like to think she'd try and be confident, but I imagine like the first sight of a kill I would have her screaming her head off, probably. Why do I feel like it would be clench? That would... Why? I was going to finish that thought, but suddenly the Death Singer just boom headshot at me. Ow! I am literally never prepared for that thing where the killers can sometimes lose their terror radii. Never ready for that. Uh-oh. Hi, Hillbilly. How you doing? Uh-oh. Oh, I'm not a fan of this. Oh, who was that? I ran by somebody. Oh, Sable. Shit. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Undetectable Death Slinger jump scare. Yeah, that's precisely what it was, Rocket Knight. We should probably go save Rebecca, James. Or at least I'm going to try. On my watch are you dying, Rebecca. Fortunately, it looks like Michaela's time has come. Why is clinch? Why not clinch, Alex Kaiser? Oh dear. Oh, 8 up high. Oh, you're all right there, Death Slinger. You know? Yeah, I was gonna say this is not a safe place to be, and then Death Slinger again. And Hillbilly. Ow. Oh, this is awkward. Games like this have definitely increased a player's clinch factor. I see what you did there, Rocket Knight. Oh, this is not good. James, I hope you have a plan, sir. Excuse me, I'm just going to leave. Whew. No, don't. You have nothing to apologize for, Faceless. I hope you feel better. So, that is a lot of blood points. Did we all get out? Yes, we all got out. Whew. I guess all of these blood points, I may as well dump them onto the, whatchamacallit, the killer side, I guess. That's a lot of rift fragments. I'm sure old Breaky Boy would appreciate this. Which killer to sink them all into, though, is the question. Oh, since he's right there, Death Slinger. It's not there. How unbreakable is. Honestly, I haven't seen him again recently. Which I don't know why. I mean, he literally saved my ass some infallible and all that, and I do owe him quite a bit. So I don't know. I don't know why he's suddenly vanished again. So if I had to guess, maybe it might be because he's trying to avoid pay? I don't know. Thank you for that, Rocket Knight. Yeah. I'm sure he'll very much appreciate that. Hey, Graceful. Good to see you as well. Yeah, sorry, I noticed the Soldier Redeem. Fortnite is getting Grandmaster Blueberry Ice Cream. And don't tell them that I called them that. They don't want to be a fatality. I don't know of what Unbreakable did to Alex Kaiser besides just, you know, literally rescue me, I guess. Anyways. Prestige 5, Death Slinger. And the bloodied coat to go with it. Nice. Now I return to Survivor. While we're at it, let's go over a little bit more of the Quality of Life Initiative. Where is it? Yeah. The next thing they hide is extreme hiding, which is, as they classify it, survivors drawing out an unwinnable match by ignoring their objective and waiting out the clock. Which I can imagine would be annoying, but strange. They're changing the way that AFK crows operate, so now, when a player receives crows, their location will be immediately revealed to the killer, to deliberately avoid engagement with their gameplay objective when a player is doing that. It's a little confusing to read there. There's also a feature coming in that will allow players to lose collision after receiving a third AFK crow, which should prevent instances of body blocking related griefing. Which I know is also very, very annoying. But I hope also, honestly, they don't get this mixed up for when, you know, when players are trying to take a hit for other survivors, because it is a little dicey on the classification there. So there is that. And then map offerings. Moving forward, they will be essentially changing map offerings so that they no longer 100% guarantee the appearance of a given map, but rather increase the chances of it appearing by 20%. They're also looking to make it so that map offerings, as well as several other types of offerings, will remain a secret during loading into the trial. That way your decision to remain in the match will not be swayed by external factors. Which is interesting, to say the least. Alright. Auto Haven. Chest. Toolbox. Steven. I hear one killer coming. Who is it? Oh! It is Mr. Snars. We actually got a nemesis, which is very, very nice. As Pei would say, good old Stompy boy. And hey, Inkling, good to see you. And don't worry about being late, you know, life comes first. Alright, so Nemesis and who else then? Oh my goodness! Well, we have both Nemesis and Wesker for once. We actually got it. Woof! You want to calm down there, Wesker? We actually have both Nemesis and Wesker in a trial. This is actually amazing. Ow! Maybe we can actually show off how these new antidotes work. You're doing alright, by the way, Inkling. We should run. So now, apparently with Wesker and Nemesis being in the same trial, there is now boxes with antidotes that remove both the Ouroboros and the G virus, or T virus, whatever one you prefer to call it. So, antidote. There we are. And that actually gets rid of both of them. Nice. Also, they are absolutely wrecking our shit here. I think we need to get to rescuing some of these guys. Seriously. Flu shot? I mean, it's good that you're getting prepared there, Inkling. Oh, mercy. Oh, mercy. I think these two know what they're doing, which is pretty bad. Are you stuck there, Mr. Zombie? Oh, boy. Oh, hi, Leon. Right as I was walking by you. Leon. Oh, he's dead. You fool, I have an antidote for you. Gracious. Who is that?
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Long time no see. How you been?
It is good to hear from you, Dave. I'm just doing the 2v8s and DVDs, as it were.
Yes, I saw the stream up. Yeah, I'm just taking advantage of the long weekends to just chill, to be honest.
That does sound like a lovely thing, anyway.
It's President's Day in the States, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. In Canada, they have something they call it Family Day, apparently.
Really?
Also, for those of you who are confused, my usual online moniker is Sherman.
Yeah. Yes, I believe, yeah, it's always Mikoto that calls you Dave, so...
Yes.
This Wesker Demises combo is metaphorically and literally whipping our asses, as it were.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I don't think most of my side of my stream has actually heard you before, Dave. I guess because they primarily heard you on Mikoto's streams, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not that much of a regular on streams, so it makes sense.
It is still a pleasure to be having you on, though, so...
Oh, of course, it's always good to be around. I don't suppose you've been following Monster Hunter news up to the release of Wilds, have you?
I have not. I do still want to give Monster Hunter another go, but I've sort of not been able to keep up with a lot of it, so...
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I know what the Wilds release is coming up, but I'm more than happy to jump into Worlds with you sometime if you're up for it.
We could see if we could make it happen.
Excellent.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, at least we got one more generator done. Inkling literally saying Dave the Barbarian. Like the Disney show.
I must admit, I never saw that particular show, but I do get the joke.
It was a very popular one back on Disney Channel back in the day, if I remember correctly.
But growing up in the 90s in South Africa, I don't think we had a Disney Channel. We basically had... Yeah, we had... What was it? We basically had all the SABC channels, and then later we got DSTV, which didn't have a Disney Channel. We weren't exactly spoiled for choice.
Imagine either way that South Africa is with its TV programming. I'm sorry if that came out the wrong way, by the way. I'm just...
No worries, no harm done. Yeah, in the 90s, we basically had... The only TV channels we had literally came from the South African Broadcasting Corporation. And your choice was mostly dictated by which language you spoke.
Imagine how difficult and tricky that'd be to differentiate.
Welcome.
So, like, here's the thing with South Africa. We have, like, 11 official languages. And so they needed to make 3 different stations to cater to, like, the 3 big ones which people spoke. Like, SABC 3, for example, was your English-speaking channel. SABC 2 was primarily an Afrikaans channel, but it also had all the kids shows. And then I think SABC 1 had, I think it was Zulu.
Oh, that was inevitable. And Wreck, as I was going to say, with 76 months, thank you so much for being an acolyte to the realm. Really appreciate it.
Very nice.
And, oh, Luna! Hey! I remember you, at least I remember that name. It is so nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming along. So love the artwork you do, by the way, in general, not just for, like, what I do, for, like, SP4 stuff, so. Rack also pointing it out, the only thing missing these days, as Rack said on Twitter, is true Saturday mornings. I think you all know what we mean, right?
Yeah. Those days are of a bygone era, let's say.
It's strange how time has moved, isn't it?
I mean, tech really has changed the way we spend our weekends, even YouTube alone. To be fair, it was better than what would happen a lot of the time, which was where I would end up staring absent-mindedly at reruns of the History Channel, and then as I got older, on news channels over and over again. So in many respects, it is still an improvement.
Seeing now the TV, good cartoons are mostly toy commercials. I mean, isn't that what most Saturday morning cartoons back in the day were? Not saying it's
Yeah,
a bad
pretty
thing.
much. Like even the arbitrary stuff that like we don't see anymore. Like there was this one arbitrary kid show, I think it was called Extreme Dinosaurs or something. I remember very distinctly from my childhood.
Rack going even further. 80s and 90s and early 2000s Saturday morning cartoons were the shit. Now we got 24-hour cartoon channels and streaming services that sucked all the fun out of Saturday mornings. Even, wait, WWF Superstars was on Saturday mornings, was it? Wrestling, professional wrestling was on Saturdays. Huh.
I remember not mornings. For us, it was evenings. Like depending on whether it was Raw or SmackDown.
Truly, I learn something new every day. Back then, Raw wasn't even on TV yet. Oh! Yeah, again, I really do learn something new every day. Had it on Saturday mornings around 11 Eastern. Would kids actually watch professional wrestling alongside, like, cartoons, though?
For us, it was a family event in the evening, so... Also, the fact that we only had, as I said, our entertainment was either SABC or ETV, which was another competitor that eventually came in.
Fancy that. And of course, Golden bring in the most obvious. Hey, paisanos! It's the Super Mario Brothers Super Show! I'm sorry, I had to.
Sadly, I did not get to see that one, although...
I mean, even if you haven't seen the show itself, you've probably seen all the YouTube poops that stem from it.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is funny, you know, given all the YTPs I've done, I've never actually done a YTP of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, or any of the Super Mario cartoons, for that matter.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
I wonder if I should rectify that one of these days.
I wouldn't say no.
Back to Raccoon City. You know, what do you think will be coming in the future of Resident Evil? You know, I mean, we've already got, like, remakes of 3 and 4. I still need to play the remake of 3, since I already played the one of 2. But what do you think is due in the future for Resident Evil?
I myself have not really followed the Resident Evil series particularly closely, but to be honest, not so much because of anything specific to RE, but Just the way that remasters seem to be going from big companies these days, they're probably going to try and remaster the whole damn series.
And I've discovered it's the duo this time is Death Singer and Legion. So, a sharpshooter and an edgy teenager. Oof. What is this from Luna? Grandparents bought a new car, and it was one of those vans that had a TV in it that played whatever was in a built-in DVD player up front. The last owners left a DVD of the Mario Brothers Super Show in it, and that's my only exposure to that show other than the memes. Which, to be fair, hasn't a lot of people's exposure to the Super Mario Brothers Super Show been through the memes?
Yeah, honestly, that's true. Like, for me, most of the shows I grew up with back in the day were all of those DC and Marvel animated series that popped up in the 90s.
Wasn't there literally like a show based around Mortal Kombat?
There probably was, but I would have been...
I mean, like, wasn't there like an animated Mortal Kombat series?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think I remember, but at the same time, I can't, like, specifically think of any specific memory of it, so I don't think I ever actually saw it. But yeah, for me, Spider-Man the animated series was my ultimate favorite, but I do very specifically remember Iron Man, Fantastic Four, Superman, and Batman.
Oh man, the animated Spider-Man series. Oh yes.
It's still actually on Disney Plus, by the way, for those interested. But yeah, I think that was almost, certainly for the 90s, that became the definitive Spider-Man. Although, to be fair, these days, Spider-Man, at least in terms of tech-wise, is certainly advanced with the time.
So I have heard.
Certainly, if you look at the Spider-Man, I forget what it's called, like the Marvel Cinematic Universe Spider-Man films. All his web shooters and his suit are like super high-tech with microelectronics inside of it, whereas 90s Spider-Man was literally refilling web cartridges in the middle of fights and didn't have access to a mobile phone.
Ah, yes, the Sam & Max cartoon CJB brings up. You know, it's funny, as I started watching that series, as I was working on, like, the animation I did with, Jasper Pie and the Wilson Eater, but I never actually got to finishing watching the animated Sam & Max series. They should really fix that, too, to be completely honest.
Yeah, that does sound like a good idea.
We are just going way back on the nostalgia train today, aren't we? I mean, Rack
Oh, hell yeah.
bringing up everything. Let me run through this list when I have a moment here. Let me literally run through this. Thundercats, He-Man, Winnie the Pooh, Super Mario Brothers Super Show, Legend of Zelda, Batman the Animated Series. Yes! Yes! Oh. Can we agree that the Batman Animated Series is like the quintessential representation of Batman?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Literally
it still had Kevin fucking Conroy, so...
That was sort of the series that launched Kevin Conroy as Batman, to be fair.
I just nearly sandbagged that poor Soma, by the way.
Oh dear. Not to mention that series, in many ways, literally redefined both Batman and a lot of his villains' cast and gave them, you know, some actual story to a lot of the characters.
Yeah.
Not to mention, introduced new characters who would become iconic, like Harley Quinn.
Oh, of course. Oh, which way are you coming from? Oh! I don't know who you were running from there, Claudette, but I'm sorry to cut you off there. Sorry, I kind of had to focus back on the game for a bit.
No worries. To be honest, I'm currently just looking through weapons in Monster Hunter World. I want to try experimenting with using a bow.
Oh, but it's Wild's out already.
It is not out yet. It will be by the end of the month.
Oh. Are you playing like a demo or something?
No, I'm playing Monster Hunter World right now.
Oh. Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying there. My bad.
No worries.
Saturday is refined by one thing: Power Rangers. Oh yes, one of the other pinnacles of Saturday mornings back then.
Oh yeah, that's true. We also actually had Power Rangers back in the day.
What was like your experience with Power Rangers? I didn't really have none myself, to be completely honest. But I do understand and respect the franchise for what it is, obviously.
Like the very early days of like, I'm not sure if it was Gen 1 Power Rangers in the 90s. It was definitely one of the kid shows I watched. I was never particularly heavily invested in it, but I do very distinctly remember it. And I think for a lot of people, that sort of... The Power Rangers launched their first experience into that sort of... What's the name of the genre?
Superhero action or something?
Sort of the Japanese live action style thing where you have live action martial arts stunts and like super powered mecha robot things. I'm trying to remember what the actual name of it is, and I know there's another series that's based in Japan that also does it like that.
It wasn't the Japanese series the basis for Power Rangers? That was Super
Yeah, that's
Sentai,
what I'm saying.
Super
It's
Sentai,
like,
wasn't it?
yes, yes, Sentai style cartoons. Like the Power Rangers introduced the Western audience to it.
Mm-hmm. You can't deny that there are people that got into Super Sentai because of Power Rangers, right?
Oh yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying.
I mean, if Power Rangers, so they literally got a collaboration with the fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, if I remember correctly.
Honestly, of all the collabs out there, that one would probably work the most.
What, Power Rangers and the Ninja Turtles?
I mean, they're close enough.
Yeah.
You could certainly get to the martial arts part.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Anyone remember when Godzilla got an animated series? Yeah! I actually do remember that, I just don't remember particularly anything about it.
Oh, yeah, and others like old Warner Brothers cartoons like Pinky and the Brain.
Oh, yes.
And the Animaniacs. And Freakazoid.
There was more to
Old
that
school
list.
Nickelodeon as well.
There was more to that list that Rack put up, which I'll hopefully can get to read in a moment. Well, what I'm not fighting for my life right now, that is.
Welcome.
Yeah, but I very specifically remember as well old school Nickelodeon. You know, like the generation after ours grew up with iCarly. I grew up with Keenan and Kel.
Yes.
As well as Kel's ever-present addiction to orange soda.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order? I cannot do that voice well at all, but...
And I don't remember the name of the specific series, but I remember very distinctly there was like an obstacle course live studio audience challenge show
Guts?
that they used to have.
Nickelodeon Guts?
It could have been. Again, I don't remember the name is the problem. Then other things like Ren and Stimpy as well, and Rocko's Modern Life.
Yeah, there was more of the Rack's list initially. Batman the Animated Series, Gargoyles, DuckTales, Chip and Dale, Rescue Rangers, Tailspin, the Gummy Bears,
Rescue Rangers,
Conan the Adventurer. Of course, we mentioned the Ninja Turtles earlier. The original Dragon Ball, Eek the Cat, Tiny Toons, Animaniacs Making the Brain. Where the fuck is Carmen Sandiego? Man, we're going way back with that.
Oh yeah. I actually didn't get to catch Dragon Ball on TV, but I did spend my days watching Z religiously.
Then also there was, Rack and I also mentioned the Tick and Earthworm Jim. Oh, yes. I still can't believe that friggin' Jim was voiced by Homer Simpson, if you know what I mean. Then again, Dan Castellaneta is a genius voice actor. I don't care what anybody says with age. Literally, like, the man's a genius voice actor. Like, I know everybody knows him as Homer, but he has done a great deal of other work that I think he should be recognized for.
I think most voice actors who we know, usually their repertoire is a lot wider than we actually realize all the time.
Like, what else is in this list here? Sonic X, Kirby right back at you. Oh, yeah. And then Cute Rarity also bringing in, oh my god, these ones are bringing out Cute Rarity. Sesame Street, VeggieTales, The Big Comfy Couch. Who remembers that? I actually remember watching that quite a bit back then, and
So, believe it or not, the only one I know out of those in particular is Sesame Street. And even then, the version of Sesame Street that was in South Africa was in Zulu. It was called Takalani Sesame here.
huh.
Which I assume translates to Sesame Street.
Well, because I know that Sesame Street has different variations across the world, which is just a show of how much power and pull it has with children's media, which is not a bad thing, obviously.
Oh yeah, it's a show worthy of praise, so no complaints from me.
And Alex Kaiser is saying you mentioned a live studio audience game show. Were you referring to Double Dare, perhaps?
Probably not, judging by the name, even though I don't remember the specific name. What I do recall, it was sort of an obstacle course, almost gladiatorial style thing, where kids would travel through these exotically themed obstacle course areas.
So either Nickelodeon Guts or Legends of the Hidden Temple, maybe? Or
One
Legends,
of those, again, I don't
or
remember.
I forget, was it Legends or Secrets of the Hidden Temple? Because I know it was one of those, and I remember that show vividly.
I myself am not sure.
Then Lone Star also mentioning Nick Arcade, which I almost completely forgot about, but now that you brought it up, oh. That is another Wesker. So who is his partner then? Then Luna bringing up Sesame Street is different all over the world. For example, almost every Sesame Street has a different big bird, and I recall correctly, they're all part of one big family tree, which is neat. Which, yeah. That is really nice, to be completely honest. Oh, mercy! That is a trapper! And my soul just rescinded into my body just a wee bit. Was it? Was that how Nick Arcade was? Rack? I don't remember. It has been a while since I've seen a show like that, so. Man. Sorry, just bringing up all these old shows, you know?
Yeah, no need to apologize. I feel that warm feeling of nostalgia.
And I'm loving it. I really, genuinely am. So, to everybody that has been bringing it up, like you, Rarity, Rack, Luna, and everybody else, like, thank you. You know, it's kind of the thing that I needed to start this Monday off, so I really appreciate you all making this the conversation point today.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm more than happy also that Dave is here to relish in that with me.
Alright, it feels so long ago for our generation now.
Mm-hmm. Oh dear. Someone born in the 90s, nostalgia is a wonderful thing to remember. Yes, it absolutely is, Mr. CJB. Please tell me that Trevor does not have eyes for me. Remembers the Hercules animated series. Dominic, I'll
Believe
do
it
you
or
one.
not, I do.
I'll do you one better, Dominic. Who remembers the Timon and Pumbaa animated series?
Oh my god. Yes. I had VHS tapes of that.
I told you I'd do you one better. Like, holy shit, like... There has to be at least a few other people that remember that series, right?
I hope so, because yeah, that really was a staple back in the day as well.
Mm-hmm. That and the Aladdin animated cartoon.
I did not see the Aladdin one, actually.
Oh dear. We are getting everybody nostalgic this stream. All this while I am running from crazed killers. And then also Cute Rarity also way back in the chat somebody mentioned Zaboomafoo, which oh yes. Oh yes, Zaboomafoo. There has to be somebody a lot of you besides myself and Cute Rarity who remembers Zaboomafoo, right?
I must say, for me personally, the name does not ring a bell.
It was like this wildlife-centered show with like two wildlife guys and a lemur puppet. It wasn't.
Wait, I do remember, just not the name.
Yep, that was Zaboomafoo. It was like learning about animals and wildlife and conservation and all that.
Ah, yes, I do remember that.
Oh, Jesus. Like, literally all this talk is making me feel like I'm friggin' 13 years old again, somewhat.
Yeah.
Or, well, around that age, roughly. Excuse me, Wesker. I seem to be in a compromising position here. Ow.
Oh dear.
Adventures of Teddy Ruxpin. Oh, I actually don't remember that one, but I know that there are likely people who do. Then also Ring earlier also brought up more of Batman, you know, the animated series, Adventures of Batman and Robin, Batman and Superman, Batman Beyond, the Justice League Unlimited. Whew.
Yep, those are all are within that set of 90s cartoons I mentioned. Those were basically all the same thing. Same thing for Iron Man, Fantastic Four, I think. Yeah, there was an X-Men series as well, and that literally just got like a remaster recently.
Fucking Bear in the Big Blue House? Absolutely.
I heard of Bear in the Big Blue House, did not watch that much of it.
Oh, you have missed out on a significant part of your childhood with that one.
Also seem to remember a show specifically about tugboats in a similar vein to Thomas the Tank Engine, except tugboats
Tugs?
instead of steam.
It
Yeah,
was probably called
tugboats.
Tugs, yeah.
Ah, that would probably explain it then.
And then also Alex started talking about the Batman series, making Mr. Freeze an actual sympathetic villain. Oh, yes.
Yeah, BTAS really did go a very long way to reinventing characters in such a good way.
I think this Neobot is having a stroke. There you go, Neobot. sense I'm dead.
Not a big surprise.
Not a big sus. Thomas the Tank Engine gave you nightmares as a child? I mean, you know, with some of the episodes that were made in that series, I don't blame you for having nightmares.
I'm going to die.
Yeah, a lot of it was pretty too spoopy for me, you know?
Yeah, to be fair, that kind of makes sense, especially considering some of the expressions, yeah, some of the expressions on those trains. Also, I recommend you avoid a Choo-Choo Charles at all costs.
And of course, Alex Kaiser also mentioning the Magic School Bus.
Yes.
I don't care what anybody says.
Yes.
I don't care what anybody says. Miss Frizzle is a literal icon, and I will hear no other word about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Which kind of makes me a little peeved that the reboot Magic School Bus didn't do so well. So
Yeah, that I didn't even know that did happen, so that is a
I think
shame.
it was on Netflix. So
That might explain it.
yep, I'm dead.
Dead.
Before I also forget, since it was caught up in all the chat before, Speedmaster, 32 months, thank you for being an acolyte to the realm. I really appreciate your support. And then also went on to talk about Power Rangers earlier, because I'm sorry, I'm just kind of catching up on the chat, because there was a lot said. So,
No worries.
Rocket Knight, when we were talking about Power Rangers and Super Sentai earlier, Tokusatsu is the blanket term for the style that includes Super Sentai and Power Rangers by extension, Kamen Rider and Masked Rider for all you 90s kids who remember it, Ultraman and Godzilla.
Tokusatsu. I'll try and remember that.
And because also Luna asked it way earlier, I'm sorry that I missed your question before, last. Do I have a stream schedule or do I just stream whenever I've got the time to? It's mostly that. I try my best to maybe put a schedule out, but at the same time, it's hard with like the work I have nowadays, so yeah. But, yeah. And Alex Kaiser is saying the best. Miss Frizzle was based on one of the author's teachers, so it's no wonder she was a GOAT, goat. Oh, the Neobot escaped, but Quentin, not so lucky. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? I mean, that's not in the 90s range, but still a show that I do fondly remember.
Ah, yes. Yeah, Billy and Mandy, 2000s Cartoon Network era, along with, what was the name of the show? The guy that follows Con Carne, that supervillain whose body was destroyed and then got stuffed into a brain jar sitting on top of
Evil
his
Con
pet bear,
Carne?
Bosco. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was the same artist.
Luna also clarifying she was actually a fan of Choo Choo Charles for a while.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. Samurai Pizza Cats, Rack also brought up earlier. An anime where the original creators in Japan forgot to send the script, so Saban's USA division mixed up the episodes and made it their own. Really? Huh. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Oh, heavens, yes.
Oh, yeah, that was another great show.
Never watched Codename Kids Next Door, but it's always looked pretty neat. Oh! Kids Next Door, a really, really great series, Luna.
Yes.
Operation Zero is a must-see movie of all the animated Cartoon Network movies. Abso-friggin-lutely. Who remembers Code Lyoko? Oh! I didn't watch it all that much, but I do know it was a very popular show, too. And then, of course, Alex Kaiser with the appropriate redeem. We stand and respect the frizz in this chat, maggots. Anyone talking smack or trash about her is getting their ass kicked all the way to Pluto.
Yeah.
Yes. There will be no down talk or disrespect of Miss Frizzle around here. Not around these parts. Oh my goodness. Like, oh my god, that just sent me way back on all this. Yeah, you won't regret
It's good to
it.
get some.
You won't regret it if you watch it, Luna. You will have a great time with it. Oh, wreck! You tugged at my heartstrings with that one. Oh. I hear a nemesis, by the way. Zombie, fuck off. There's Nemesis and Wesker together again. Yeah, I remember the day I showed you those animations, Rack, and I didn't think it'd resonate with you that much, so I apologize if I brought something up, but I'm happy that I could show it to you. There's a Stompy boy after me, by the way.
Yeah, I'm dealing with a not-so-stompy boy myself.
Sorry, didn't realize you were all on a gen here. Mercy.
I think I have found my choice of weapon for Wilds.
Oh, really?
Yes, I am just farming parts to upgrade the bow, and I am enjoying the gameplay loop.
You disappoint me. Is that the best you
Luna saying, well, firstly, Rack, I'm happy I could give you happy memories of that. And then Luna saying, early 2000s show, not 90s, but anyone remember My Life as a Teenage Robot? Oh,
Yes.
mercy, yes. Isn't, like, the creator of that series actually doing, like, a, newsletter or something with the characters and the shows, like a follow-up to the original series or something?
I'm not certain. I haven't heard anything about it myself.
Thank you. this feels awfully familiar.
I'll see you dead.
Never watched Duckman. I've seen clips of it, actually. I haven't seen the actual series in full, but I know it's also a very underrated animated series. Which also makes me sad that the original voice actor for Duckman is no longer with us, so may his soul greatly rest in peace. Yeah, Rack sums up Duckman. Underrated and vulgar and nasty, but a decent show. So, yeah. Mentioning of SWAT cats also.
Somehow that also rings a bell.
Mm-hmm. Stormhawks. That is not one that is not one I think I've heard of before. So.
The name does ring a bell, but I think because there's something unrelated also called Stormhawks.
Denver the Last Dinosaur.
Wasn't that a movie? Oh no, I'm thinking of something else.
You're thinking of Disney's Dinosaur, and no, that's a different movie entirely.
I'm thinking of, what was it, The Land Before Time or something?
Yeah, probably that. Original was a classic. I will always hate how it just devolved into sequel hell, for the lack of a better term.
Oh yeah, sequel hell is ruined too many a franchise, frankly. Ow.
These look bad. Paladin Knight, yes! Paladin Knight with a mention of my man Popeye.
Oh yeah.
I don't care what anybody says, Popeye is the original One Punch Man, if you know what
Yes.
I mean.
I think I had a couple of Popeye VHSs, but I didn't see that much of them on TV.
It makes me hopeful, at least, that some new Popeye material will come out in time, you know?
We can only hope.
Because, you know, with the movie that got canceled that Gendy Tartakovsky was doing, I'm hoping maybe one day we'll see something new with Popeye, you know?
Yeah. I think there was also a Tintin animated series. I seem to remember seeing that at some point.
And CJB proving to be the man as well, with the mention of Goof Troop. You don't fuck with Goof Troop. That was... Oh, yes. One of the OGs of Disney, as it were, you know?
I don't remember by name, but it's I think it would probably be something I would remember if you described it to me.
It was literally a sitcom with Goofy and his son Max, and Pete and Pete and PJ were part of it too.
I assume it's some tie-in with the Goofy movie.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but and Rocket Knight saying, in terms of something new with Popeye, something other than the schlock horror movie akin to Blood and Honey that's coming out right now. I mean, yeah, I do mean that, but I'm not necessarily saying a Popeye horror movie would be bad. It just, you know.
Yeah, we're talking about like classic cartoon fun with spinach and punching.
Mm-hmm. Which actually, on the topic of like the Blood and Honey thing, there was something on a forum I'm on that somebody said that actually kind of changed my perspective on that. I just have to remember where the hell it was. I remember what it was that I said, but how's this match going anyway? Yeah, see, this was on a forum that I'm on that is about like media and art and all that. There was a thread on the forum where people were talking about things coming into the public domain, and my wording here was literally I said on the forum, I must admit, seeing Popeye and Tintin entering the public domain next year has me extremely concerned, given I recall already seeing a trailer for a Popeye horror film on YouTube. It always baffles me when people's first reaction to something exiting copyright hell is to toss it all into making a horror anything.
Ah, yes.
And then a lot of people also actually kind of argue the point, well, not so much argue, but they kind of gave some insight on it. Like, one guy said, I think it's usually done as a form of protest, how all the copyright holders enforce family-friendly restrictions on the IPs. A horror film is the exact opposite of family-friendly. And then somebody followed up, yeah, no, it's absolutely a retaliatory measure. When things are kept under a strict laws of cultural puritanism, whether it's yourself or an intellectual property, it's natural to react by immediately diving into the darkest, most forbidden corners you can think of once freedom is achieved. It just so happens, horror films are about the darkest things we can think of when it comes to cartoon characters, which, you know, that actually is a pretty strong point.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
And then somebody else also followed up and said, do not let grifters making bottom-of-the-barrel horror schlock skirt your view of these IPs. Sure, it's kind of annoying, usually pretty uncreative and cynically made, but it's ultimately harmless and overall kind of just a footnote in terms of works made after copyright on them is lifted. You know?
That's also a fair point.
Like, I'm not saying that these things are going to be good, but everything that they've said on the forum kind of, you know, rewired my brain into thinking, into how I look at, you know, stuff like Blood and Honey and other copyright properties like, you know, Mickey and Winnie the Pooh and Popeye and all that becoming horror films. So,
yeah, it's important. It is important to have other perspectives to make you question your own thought processes. Otherwise, you can get stuck in a single process.
yeah. Something about that point you read, Shadow, kind of just gives a new perspective on the elements of insanity for me. How so, Rocket Knight? You don't have to apologize. Like, look, alright? I'm not gonna, like, castrate anybody who just brings them up. It's just, the people that demand that I make nothing but that is what irritates the shit out of me. But I don't mind talking about the elements of insanity at all. Just, you know.
I guess it could be. I guess it depends which perspective you're coming from. Like, I've seen enough DeviantArt search to see basically, you know, the whole list of take this TF2 freak and turn it into a Pony OC thing that's been inspired by that. Like, I don't mind it if people want to do that in their own thing, as long as it's not being thrown in my face, much like people are throwing their demands in your face.
Mm-hmm. Then Luna also saying, pretty sure someone's making an Oswald the Lucky Rabbit horror movie with one of his designs that entered public domain. And I'm admittedly a little upset about that one, is leave my grumpy rabbit man alone. I actually didn't know about that one, Luna, but I can understand why you'd not like it. So... Alright, I was going to put blood points in the killers again. That's survivor, not killer. Bleh. Rocket Knight's pointed about the element of insanity. While it was being made during the run of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, the fact it uses the family-friendly characters and makes something more dark and horror-esque kind of almost reads like a similar kind of protest, if entirely unintended on your part. I mean, I wouldn't say I was protesting Hasbro in any way because I adore the show regardless of what Hasbro did with it. I just, you know, how do I describe it? You know, it was literally just a dumb idea that I had as crossing the characters of My Little Pony with TF2 freaks. I didn't imagine they would catch on like it did, so.
I mean,
yeah.
that's also a fairly good summary of TF2 freaks in general. We have this franchise we love, we have this program we can fuck around on with, and we make these things as like cool homages to the franchise we love.
Yeah. But yeah, Rack also said that it was my own spin on it, so there is that as well.
I mean, yeah, as well, on the subject of Tier 2 freaks, that's like kind of like the whole reason I wanted to do it. Like, I wanted to have a fun story rather than just a quirky character, and in that respect, I was inspired by already existing examples, like Ninjaneer, Kuwatten's Metazord. Obviously, let's see, Ninjaneer, Spenjaneer. Also, having seen your Gary's mod work, did a lot for me as well.
You like ass pancakes and do this murder pyro and all that?
I mean, yes, but I was also referring to things like the Mikami series and the more action-packed stuff as well.
On Rack, going on with the discussion there, kept the same mantra in regards to the pony freaks, but never had issues with people making their own. I did it, but I didn't deliberately try to use the exact same TF2 phrase as the ones already used, or even other beings that could make something interesting, but be fucking original and stop trying to force other people to acknowledge it or make a half-assed copy of an already existing freak, for example.
Yeah, I mean, that actually did end up bringing up interesting discussions about, you know, what should and shouldn't be on the freak show. Is just trying to find, you know, what's the limit on what counts as X as Y, what counts as just being this, what counts as being overpowered, which is always a discussion we were considering when trying to set up articles. Apart from the obvious thing of if you're the only one who's seen your thing and the community doesn't know about it, this isn't necessarily just a place for your OC.
Yeah.
Like, I like, to be clear, I don't mean that in a mean-spirited way to anybody. I was literally a random nobody who did basically the same thing, so. But at the end of the day, I think what we want is a place where freaks that were established and known by the community, we could have it. And then, of course, there was the whole saga with the freak show getting suspended, which we did find the cause of, by the way.
What happened?
So you know that one scout freak with the force of nature?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone pointed out the obvious that, yeah, there's a slur in that name.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so that's why it got suspended, and the moment somebody made the point of me, it's like, you know what, fair enough. So now we have A, censored the word in the article, and B, added a disclaimer to say, you know, this article contains this slur. It has been censored, however, actual media of this character will not be.
Yeah, I can understand how that'd be an issue, definitely.
Yeah, I can certainly understand it from Wikia's perspective, because, you know, they don't want hostile content, and honestly respect in that regard. I just wish that they had communicated that being the problem, so we could have fixed it sooner.
Yeah. And also Rocket Knight going back again with it. Like I said, I know that wasn't your intentions behind the elements of Insanity's creation, just your way of using both the Freaks and My Little Pony, things you enjoy. Just viewing of things through hindsight that kind of made that connection, even if it's not a correct connection, and I thought it was worth sharing to some degree, which it was worth sharing, so I do thank you for bringing that up, Rocket Knight.
You know, now on the topic of Freaks, it does actually make me want to talk about something specifically with Cyberneer, mainly in like the whole character development and how it didn't quite pan out with what I had intended.
Like the Saxon Hale saga?
Not quite. Even before then, I had originally intended for Cyberneer to be closer to an anti-hero than an actual good guy. Basically someone who was obsessed with having and controlling all of the world's Australium in a slightly less evil way than Cyber Spy, which is the whole reason that the whole Cybermedic thing happened. You know, Cybermedic was literally created as an unwilling experiment test subject in one of Cyberneer's Australian experiments. So he wasn't originally meant to just be a good guy. He was meant to be closer to an anti-hero than anything else.
I mean,
he wasn't a good person, but...
Sorry, I was going to say, I do adore me some anti-hero characters, you know?
Yeah, I ended up, like, half-arsing it, but at the end of the day, I guess I kind of wish I could have spent some more time delving deeper into that aspect rather than just making him a good guy. Not that he's the worst guy. Between the psychotic Australian-powered superhero, the manipulative spy supervillain, and the literal clone of Saxon Hale with superpowers, I think he's still the lesser of many evils.
Yeah, then we also have a lot of people here talking about the animated Tales from the Crypt Keeper series. I guess we're still on the nostalgia train, which I am not complaining about at all. So, go, Siege 11 Trapper. I sincerely hope Old Unbreakable appreciates that. Who framed Roger Rabbit? Oh, yes, absolutely. That'll forever be a classic.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I always wonder if we'll get an animated film like it again. And I know there have been films like it, but I kind of wish we could see more.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I don't know, I like mixing, you know, live action and animation. So.
Yeah, it's a fun mix-up.
Alex,
I
saying,
suppose it was also kind of a necessary way of doing it that way back before we had like high-quality 3D worlds.
Yeah. Alex Kaiser is saying also, speaking of Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey earlier, of all the things they could have done with it, they should have made the Heffalumps and Woozles the main villains of them. Which...
Ah, yes, the Woozle.
You know, I actually kind of wonder how that would work.
That is actually quite an interesting point, because if I remember correctly, the whole thing about the Woozle was that it was something that actually didn't exist. They were chasing a red herring, so to speak.
So weird. Thinking of the Baxen. When you were little, you get Who Framed Roger mixed up with, oh, you're talking about Looney Tunes Back in Action? Because that is also a classic film. Must see.
And Space Jam.
Space Jam. I don't know which of the two Luna was talking about, but both of those are really great movies. As long as you don't talk about
remember Space Jam fondly.
as long as we don't talk about the sequel.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't even know there was a sequel, so there you go.
Space Jam: A New Legacy, which, yeah. Okay, yeah, Luna was talking about Back in Action, so, which is also a very good Looney Tunes film. Which, on the topic of Looney Tunes films, are we aware of the animated one that's coming out in, like, a good amount of time? Like, you know, The Day the Earth Stood Still, with Daffy and Porky? Because, like, when was the last time we ever had a traditionally animated Looney Tunes film, you know?
Oh yeah, and even today, I don't think we would see a traditionally animated one purely because traditionally animated would mean literally drawing every frame on paper frames to run through, whereas today all of those processes have been digitized, which makes them far more efficient and arguably improves the quality a lot as well.
Like, you know what I mean, like an actual animated, fully animated Looney Tunes film.
Alright, oh yeah, like fully digitally animated, no problem there. I'm just saying, even then it would have a distinctly different charm to like old school animation.
Could have had one hashtag release Coyote vs. Acme. Oh, that still pisses me off to no end. Like, Warner Brothers, are you that clinically? Well, I would say the word. I would say the word, but standards won't let me.
Yes.
Like, oh my god, how did... This is why Zaslav is just not the kind of guy that should be heading an animation company. At all.
Agreed.
Why they haven't fired him at this point, or blacklisted him, is absolutely fucking beyond me. Because he clearly does not know what in the blue shit he's doing. So...
If I were to be charitable, I would assume it's because they think he brings in profit. Everything is unfortunately business, even our cartoons.
Still pisses me off because Coyote vs. Acme, and everything I've heard, it just looked absolutely amazing, so I don't know why the fuck they decided to shelve it if it was like just about done. I don't understand why any company does this. Anyways, I am sorry to turn the mood down ever slightly with that.
No worries.
I just needed the minute to go off on Warner Brothers' really stupid practices as of late, and well, opportunity presented itself there.
Yeah, no worries. I understand.
Anyways, back to whatever it was we were talking about.
Let's see. I think we ran through TF2 Freaks, alternative takes on media after they go public domain.
Oh yeah, Rack also saying, if the original Thundercats isn't going to get a real series or a movie, not live action, make it into a game. Which, I mean, I would like to see a Thundercats game, even though I am not that too well versed into the franchise, you know?
Yeah, that would be fun. That's actually another point, is one thing that does particularly annoy me about remasters is whenever they try and do like a traditionally cartoon franchise as a live action reboot for some reason. And of course, it almost never really works because the magic with cartoons is that you are not restricted by both the appearance and the physics of live action.
Yeah. It's why then I don't understand why Disney insists, well, both Disney and DreamWorks, for that matter too, as of recent, why they feel the need to do friggin' live-action remakes of most of their animated movies.
Yeah, again, that also irks me a little bit, is the fact that they didn't do that. You would think that you could use modern technology to create an even more incredible animated version with today's tech.
Yeah.
But apparently that's just not the thing to do these days.
And then, Luna saying earlier, what in the blue shit is a phrase I'm now adding to my vocabulary. You're welcome for that, Luna.
Reminds me of the time my brother took bit humor when I inquired, and I quote, "What's foul sorcery is this?" For some reason he found that particularly humorous.
Yeah, Rag, we don't speak of Thundercats. The reboot was Thundercats Roar, wasn't it? Because I know of the Thundercats reboot, I just forget its name because I refuse to even think of that it even exists, so... Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Oh, yes! Yes, Luna, I'm sorry I forgot the boot the bendy. I'm terribly sorry. Sorry, I was just caught up in all that talk again, so...
Ah, no worries.
Ever watched Transformers Prime? No, I can't say I have. I've seen clips of the original series to some extent.
I seem to recall watching some Transformers series, but I don't remember which one it was.
Man, Transformers Beast Wars. Remember that?
I cannot say, at least not by name.
Transformers Rescue Bots. That name sounds familiar for whatever reason. Wasn't it like a more kid-friendly variant of Transformers, or am I thinking wrong?
I am genuinely not certain, to be honest.
Alright, yeah. Blothos was saying about, what was the one that Luna said? Rescue Bots. It was in the same vein as Rescue Heroes when Hasbro wanted more shows and to sell the young kids' versions of Transformers toys, so...
again, that does make sense. All the shoulders at the end of the day. I suppose their goal was to sell us toys, but
Is that not technically what most Hasbro shows do? Like, you know, Transformers, My Little Pony.
yeah, that is pretty much the goal of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. Unless, of course, they were selling you comic books or something else.
Mind you, again, I'm not saying that as a bad thing.
Hmm.
Mummies Alive. Oh, a lot of these I don't think I've actually heard of before.
I very distinctly, I don't remember the show, but I remember the like ending sting of the intro, of specifically with that phrase. So I definitely have seen that.
Wise man has cometh, so sit down and shut up. Also, hello, welcome back, Cantro. Today is the nostalgia day for the... Yeah, it is, says Luna and Rack. Absolutely, it is. You make people feel old and confused.
Oh dear.
I mean, if I'm involved, it's always going to get weird no matter what, so... That probably sounded wrong, I apologize. Whoop! Hello, Death Slinger! Mercy. Sylvester and Tweety Mysteries. Oh, man. I don't remember that show too much, but that theme is always going to live rent-free in my head.
Yeah. I do actually vaguely remember Sylvester and Tweety, but I didn't watch the show too much.
Understandable.
And then, of course, one of the really old goats, Tom and Jerry.
Oh, how can
Like
one
classic Tom and Jerry.
not like the recent stuff?
Yeah, like I'm talking the old school stuff that they were playing from even back from before our day that they still played on Cartoon Network, at least at the time. They're playing it no more.
Which Tom and Jerry, as I recall, celebrated their 85th anniversary recently, if I recall.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Like literally the first cartoon was 1940, so yeah, 85 years of Tom and Jerry.
And they were still putting it on TV back when in the 90s. Wow.
I mean, I also remember, wasn't there like some Tom and Jerry cartoons in, was it Korea or China? They were animated somewhere in one of those regions, and apparently those ones were also really, really good, from what I seem to recall. So,
I must say I haven't heard of that, but it would definitely be interesting to see.
'cause, you know, I kind of hate like Tom and Jerry also fell into like the whole thing of like animated movie content schlock. So,
Oh yeah.
like Tom and Jerry and Wizard of Oz, The Chocolate Factory. Oh God. Like, has there ever been an actually good Tom and Jerry film at all?
I honestly don't know. I think kind of the problem with trying to do a good Tom and Jerry film is you've got two silent protagonists. So how do you really make that good for an entire
Like,
movie?
how do you
length
basically take a
session?
Tom and Jerry cartoon and stretch it to like a feature length sort of?
Yeah,
situation?
like it works for like TV show skits and all that. Length film, I think that's a bit much.
And like, I know people were gonna dump on like the very first Tom and Jerry film, like the fully animated one from like the '90s. And yeah, it's not a good film in any sense, but it's not like terrible, you know?
Certainly not compared to what they put out these days.
Yeah. It's not a good film, it's just really, really flawed and, you know. And yeah, I was trying to mentioning the live action Tom and Jerry, you know, the one that mixed live action and animation.
Oh lord.
Rack saying that one was decent, wasn't shit, but it wasn't anything eye-opening. I haven't seen that Tom and Jerry film. I know a lot of people don't really like it either, but I've heard some people thought it was good in places, but I don't know. I've heard very, very mixed things about it. The majority of it being that it's also not very good, but, you know.
Yeah, as I say, again, I think it's the live action thing.
You know, I'm not saying that every Tom and Jerry film is bad. I know that there are a lot of films that people like, you know. Like, I see a lot of people here talking about Tom and Jerry and the Magic Ring, and there is that. So,
I myself haven't actually seen, well, honestly, literally any of them. I know one existed, but I literally was only aware of that film and never watched it. Scooby-Doo, obviously, was another one of those very popular ones in our day.
and also to clarify, something we should say, Luna, don't let what we're saying sway you on anything that you want to watch and like, you know?
Absolutely. We're just reminiscing and giving our 2 cents about things.
Like, everything we're saying here about some of this stuff is solely our opinions, and you shouldn't be swayed from liking what you want to like because of somebody's opinion, you know? You can make your own opinion on it. So if you like something that we don't particularly like, that's fine, you know? That's the entire point of opinions, is that everybody's is different, you know? Some people can like something, some people cannot like something. I don't know why it's so taboo to figure that out. I don't know, I guess
I think it's the way people are wired, to be honest. Like human beings in general. They assume anything that challenges their comfort is hostile as like an emotional reaction.
Like, I understand it, but again, this seems like a fairly simple concept. Either, you know, you like something or you don't. Some people can like one thing and some people can like another thing. And, you know, again, that's isn't that kind of how opinions work? You can like something or you can not like something, and everybody thinks differently like that. It shouldn't be that hard to, you know, accept that people are allowed to not like something when you like something, or vice versa, that you cannot like something that other people like, and it doesn't have to turn into like a whole fucking flame war or end of the world scenario on just people's opinions on media. Like, I don't understand it. Genuinely, just...
Yeah, as I said, it's probably just due to the fact that at its core it's an emotional reaction to something that your brain emotionally sees as hostility, even though it isn't. Part of the human condition, unfortunately.
simplest concept. You know, you can like something that people don't like, and simultaneously you can not like something that other people like. That it's simple as that. Why do we have to make it into like a big deal when something like that happens? I don't mean to repeat what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that all you have?
Yeah, I think we could all have a lot less grief in our lives if people did just agree to understand that.
Yeah.
Ow, I am on fire.
And you know, I understand what you're saying, Luna. Just, you know, Luna was saying you tend to fall into a pattern of liking other movies that people don't really seem to not like. And again, that's fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, again, the thing is we can all agree or disagree on various things and have varied tastes, and all of that's perfectly valid. The only time I will ever call something invalid from somebody else is if that preference causes somebody else harm. And given what we're talking about, there is literally no way that could happen.
Yeah. Because humans are stupid. I mean, I know that. I know that not every human is stupid. It just seems to be the vocal minority that always seems to come to the forefront.
Indeed, as I said earlier, it's usually an emotional reaction, and of course, when people get emotional, they tend to get vocal. There's also the Dunning-Kruger effect that I imagine plays a part of it, which, funnily enough, it's not like an actual formal thing, and its efficacy is like challenged, but in social circles, it's a good way of just explaining why people who don't know that much about the subject they're talking about can speak so confidently.
Yeah. Well, there was another thing that Rack was saying earlier. He was talking about, I like the first Tom and Jerry film. It was sentimental value from my grandparents. But the movie I don't think would have, don't think would have been any better if Tom and Jerry didn't speak. It was a whole gimmick behind the movie. They wanted to let Tom and Jerry speak in the movie, but you'll take note, the movie was the only thing they talked in. When that movie was out, they didn't advertise a new cartoon or anything around the movie like they did anything else back in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, not like they never spoke. There are cartoons where one of the characters will very briefly say, a single line or something to that effect. But in general, the whole thing was not so much about a vocal back and forth. It was the antics that really made up the show.
Yeah. And I'll throw in my own thing as well. Like, I also have a little sentimental value with the Tom and Jerry film. I first saw when I was like a wee one, and I watched it religiously. So, I like it still. Even when I'm older, even when I'm in my 30s now, I can also acknowledge that it's not as good as I remember it, but I still like it, you know? But I also understand, I also understand why others don't, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oddly enough, the big one for me in that respect is the Funimation dub of Dragon Ball. And I'm not saying that because Funimation and what happened to them in like the 2010s onwards. I'm talking about things like some people really don't like the Funimation dub, whereas for me, that is like my bread and butter, and I'm so tired of the classical piano and orchestral dubs that seem to populate almost every anime. Now, if you go back and listen to Z's Faulkner Productions tracks, which was made up by a group of like, I think it was 4 people, they have a very, very distinct, almost synthy sound into them. And for me, that is really what sticks out about Z in many respects compared to other anime.
Yeah.
But some people just hate it.
Bruce Faulkner had the superior DBZ soundtrack. Whoa.
It did, even if Faulkner himself didn't really do any of the music. It was, I think it was like 3 guys, Scott Morgan, Mike Smith, and Julian Dobos, who did the actual music under Faulkner Productions.
Funny how that works.
But of course, Faulkner It was Faulkner's name on all of them, unfortunately, so they didn't really get as much attention as they deserved. And again, I still maintain to this day that the Faulkner production, even when you overlay it on Dragon Ball Super footage, is superior, and I will die on that hill.
Oh God, Rag bringing up an old thing there. Yo Yogi. I seem to recall that being a thing that everybody luckily agreed with shit.
Oh, another Cartoon Network thing that comes up. Wacky Races.
Ah, yes.
It is very difficult not to think back on the screams of Dick Dastardly. Muttley, do something!
Should I be scared that I could do a Muttley laugh like that?
I have to admit that was more impressive than I was expecting.
There was something else in here. Luna singing. Unrelated, wanted to bring this up earlier while talking about old cartoons. Did anyone here watch the 90s Felix the Cat cartoon? Discovered them sometime last year and absolutely adore them.
I actually remember that.
Yeah, I was going to say...
Very vaguely, but yes.
I've seen a clip or two of those specific cartoons, and they are really good.
It's a very faint memory, but yes, I do remember.
And of course, Storm bringing up the immortal Pink Panther and Inspector Clouseau cartoons.
I did watch the Pink Panther cartoons as well, yes. Don't think I explicitly saw Inspector Clouseau's, but yeah, the only time I saw Inspector Clouseau was in the Pink Panther movies.
I mean, the Pink Panther's another classic. We can all agree to that, right?
Yeah.
Twisted Tales of Felix the Cat. Yeah, that's what Luna was talking about. Yeah, thank you. Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. Oh yeah, I forgot that friggin' Hulk Hogan had a cartoon. I actually...
that one I did miss, but even the notion gives me a chuckle, I must admit.
I mean, not today when you have other sorts of WWE animated media like Camp WWE. There is that.
I genuinely did not know they get WWE. Like, I knew they obviously probably had some media, but I never would have thought that they would have gone into animated media.
Yeah. I don't think we talk about Camp WWE all that much, just because, you know, it did prominently feature Vince McMahon, and given what we know about the man now, I don't think it's very, you know, comforting to talk about him, given the shit he did.
To be fair, a lot of, for me, as somebody who played a lot of SmackDown versus Raw back in the day, I kind of fell off WWE pretty hard after the whole Chris Benoit thing.
I mean, you wouldn't be blamed for that, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, like Benoit was my WWE guy, and especially after the respect that Eddie Guerrero's passing had been given, to see what they did to literally just wipe Benoit from the record really felt like a kick in the teeth.
Especially given what the man was discovered to have done.
Like, I understand that what Benoit did was horrific, and I'm not going to defend what he did, but the fact that they didn't come out and say we are going to take these and these steps to make sure this never happens again. No, they just wiped the fucking slate to make sure that WWE history wasn't tarnished.
It's always a shame, you know?
Like, don't get me wrong, I still enjoyed my time playing WWE with the... Why is my brain blanking on this now?
SmackDown versus Raw, you said?
Yeah, playing SmackDown vs. Raw, me, my brother, and a few of his friends, creating all these ridiculous characters. Like, I had a heavyweight sort of like martial arts / kung fu guy who was like half martial arts, half Benoit style fighter. Can't remember too much of what my brother's character used to be like, other than he used to be an Edge fan, so the spear was obviously his like signature move. And then God, I remember we made this joke character who just turned into this fucking monster heavyweight in all our games. Because whenever you like would create a custom character and you could play through campaigns with them and whatnot, they would end up basically gaining experience, and their stats would go up. So you would go from a relatively mediocre character to like a top of the line character, and so whenever we would take this joke character out to play with like all the silly moves and whatnot, he would obviously gained experience the whole time, and eventually just turned into this nigh unstoppable monster despite being a joke character. But yeah, what I was originally going to say was like I still have like the whole concept of my own like entrance, complete with my choice of entrance theme that I would have liked to have done in a wrestling environment. Obviously not WWE anymore, but just a wrestling environment. The problem is, of course, is even if I wanted to do that, like say for a YouTube video, the music copyright is a bitch.
Indeed. And Wreck also, and a lot of things coming here. Firstly, what was it? Luna saying, I was a really big fan of Bendy and Cuphead when I was little, actually having played both games, and they are what sparked my interest in older cartoons. And know I'm absolutely obsessed with characters like Mickey and Friends, Oswald, Felix, Betty Boop, and for a while I was really into the Animaniacs. And that is amazing. You know, I really wish that the younger... is it fair to say the younger generation? That seems like unfair to say, you know?
I wouldn't say it's unfair. We are now 2 generations in after us. Gen Z and Alpha are both behind us now, so technically they are the younger generations.
Well, what I mean to say is I wish the younger generation would actually be introduced to stuff like that, like Mickey and Felix and all these old cartoons and stuff like that, and not the content farm slop that haunts YouTube and everybody else these days, you know?
Yeah, it is incredibly frustrating on the one hand. On the other, we do now have at least the opportunity to actually do that, in that we have recordable media, we have websites where that media can be provided. So whereas before it would have been a thing of that would have become lost media for all the generations, we now have the recordings which can be accessed. Which means that we do still have a chance, and that's something we should, I think, try and encourage the younger generation to look back at older media just to see the history of it, and just not only the different process of how it was made, but how cartoon stories at the time were made differently. Especially the whole thing of like there had to be an actual quality story to it, even if it was kids media, rather
Yeah.
than just churning out slop as quickly as possible.
Like, the main point I was trying to say is, like, kids should be exposed to good media. And mind you, again, I've stated before that I'm not the biggest fan of children, but at the same time, I want them to actually flourish and grow. And I want, I kind of wish that they be exposed to good children's media and not things like the content farm slop that I mentioned earlier. Just, kids are impressionable. They learn from what they see. And if they're given bad influences, then they turn out to be shitty, which is not something I particularly want to see.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was the point I was trying to get across. Sorry if it came across as convoluted.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, again, I'm not great with kids either, mainly because, I don't handle noise particularly well, so children crying doesn't exactly lend itself to my patience. But at the same time, I don't explicitly feel any ill will, and if the younger generation can be raised to understand why we have such a nostalgia for our past, and I think we would be doing them a favor by giving them the opportunity to see that.
Which, if Luna was listening to this, I hope I didn't put you off or anything with what I was saying, Luna. I wasn't talking about you, because, I'm not good at the wording. Just,
But we're just a couple of old men reminiscing about the good old days at this point.
pretty much that. Ow. And then Rack also saying earlier, Rack was saying, since you were talking about Chris Benoit earlier, he's saying, the reason why they wiped Chris Benoit from memory was they had a Monday Night Raw Chris Benoit tribute show before they had found out what Benoit had actually done. The details weren't out yet. When they were, PR mentioned that they needed to address it and apologize about it. And after that message, they would no longer acknowledge the name of Chris Benoit.
So, I certainly understand the why they chose to do it that way, but I don't think that's an excuse. Like, sorry, saying someone did something horrible and saying as a result, actually we're no longer going to even acknowledge what happened. No, you acknowledge that this was a fuck up caused by these things and work to address so that they no longer happen.
To be fair, it was Vince that was behind the decision, so...
Again, can't say I'm surprised.
And Luna saying, doing my best to show my Gen Alpha siblings and cousins all the cool stuff I was raised on instead of the slop their parents giving them. No, you're good, Shadow. You get where you're coming from. You see, this is why society needs more people like Luna here, because they get it, right?
Hey, again, at the end of the day, I think all people really are asking for is, a little bit of tolerance. Like, you don't have to like what I like. Just don't tell me that I'm not allowed to like it.
Don't forget superhero cartoons for the young ones like PJ Masks and Bat Wheels. Yeah, there do exist things like that. So, you know.
Yeah, I don't mind cartoons for like the youngest and all that. I guess I just want people who are my age, who are the age they are now, back when I was that age, to understand. I'm probably wording this wrong, but I want them to understand why I cherish this stuff so much. Because, I mean, clearly we were influenced by it as well. But I would like to think that they should have a chance to see it as well.
Mm-hmm. And there was something that Rack did say, again, about Chris Benoit. And yeah, I do know what Rack is talking about there. Paul Heyman did a take on the Chris Benoit thing when he was like on a live show somewhere. Not an actual wrestling show, but something else. And I kind of want to play that clip just because. It's still something I maintain to, actually. I wonder if I can actually get it to play here. Give me a second. Yeah, why don't we watch that clip? Because it's actually one that I always like to go back to. I don't mean to detract a bit, but it is a clip I revisit a whole lot. So,
No worries.
where is my window capture? It was here somewhere. There it is. So we're gonna watch this. It's very quick. But yeah, Paul Heyman gives a very excellent take on the Chris Benoit thing. So we're gonna watch that.
Who's saying my boy? Why? Why? Yeah, you can admire his work all you want, but you know what? You can admire his work all you want, but I'll give you my take on it. Since you want to keep on yelling out my boy. 3 people died in that house that night. 3, I don't care about CTE. 3 people died in that house that night. Only 1 person had the choice behind it. The other 2 didn't have a choice to die. So if that's your boy, fuck you. As a performer, amongst the 5 greatest I've ever seen in my entire life. As a performer, loved having him in ECW, was going to make him the ECW World Heavyweight Champion, was going to put him in a feud with Eddie Guerrero that would have carried us. The very first pay-per-view was going to be Sabu versus Taz, Tommy Dreamer versus Raven, Chris Benoit versus Eddie Guerrero. If we had gone on pay-per-view in '96, that would have been our first pay-per-view. So as a talent, remarkable. As a human being, I don't care about CTE. I don't care what the reasons are. Nancy and Daniel had no option. He did. Fuck him.
Mercy. Yeah, that's Heyman's take on the Chris Benoit stuff.
I must say I agree with that perspective. I certainly, again, I don't think that Benoit did the white hate thing, but I also think that it was a shitty thing to pretend that it didn't happen and wipe the record, because regardless of whether it was the CTE or whatever, to pretend that it didn't happen is fucking insulting.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that because, you know, Rack mentioned it. And then I see also Luna here talking about how her little bro is watching SMG4. So, there is hope for him. And Scarlet here talking about Generation 5 of My Little Pony. See, I get it. I haven't watched too much of Generation 5 besides, like, the 2 movies and some of Tell Your Tale. But I do understand why people don't like it. It was a very big tectonic shift away from Gen 4, but again, you know, it's like, My Little Pony wasn't made for bronies and Pegasus and all of them. You know, it was made for kids, first and foremost. And us bronies and Pegasus were just along for the ride, pretty much. So there is that. I don't know. I felt like mentioning that again too, because I don't know. I've been feeling kind of insightful and philosophical this whole stream, and I don't know why. It's kind of weird, but I like it. Styles warming into your brain. Yeah, Rack, let's put it like that. And Mad Fortress with 30 months, thank you for being an acolyte to the realm. I really appreciate your support. And Scarlet, yes, I will boob the bendy. There you go. No worries, Scarlet. Thank you for hanging with us. Hope you have a great day.
Welcome.
Oh, wait, is that so, Luna? I actually didn't know that. I might have to look that up, because I actually have this very big hankering for watching Rainbow Rocks again, as I still genuinely adore it. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for that tip-off there, Luna. You still there, by the way, Dave?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I've been chasing down a Rathalos and thinking on that guy's words, because honestly, he makes a fairly strong point.
And then Rack also, going back off of the talk that we had earlier about, you know, opinions and all, you can like something and not engage with the community or fandom. That's what he does.
That is
And
fair.
It's talking about, you know, interacting with fandoms and all, like, there was a point, but then it completely slipped my mind, so you have to excuse me for that. I always love it when I forget things that are immediately in my brain, like, instantaneously.
You too, huh?
Alright, that's a Wesker. Who's his partner, then?
I'll see you dead.
Unfortunate. Like, you know, since Rag also brought up, regardless of what anyone thinks, I also really like the My Little Pony movie, the one for Gen 4. The one with the Storm King and Tempest Shadow and everything. It's not a perfect movie, but at the same time, you know, for a movie based off of Gen 4, it was really, really good, you know? If only a little flawed in some places. How off you get from there, David? Ooh.
Ow, ow. Sorry, I am currently in a fight with a rather large wyvern, and it is trying to kick my ass.
Probably best you take care of that first, then.
To be fair, I am trying to skin it and take its body parts for a better bow.
You are blinded.
Okay, so far so good.
Excellent.
And by that I mean the Rathalos has run away.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
For now, I still need to finish it off. Empty files, perfect.
Who was everyone's cartoon crush when they were a kid? Oh, boy, that's a loaded question there, isn't it?
I need to get my arrow coatings. Still not used to having to use those.
Sorry, Leon. Have any of us seen the Server Blight horror series that's been getting popular? I know!
It already has a freak show article. Honestly, Silver Blight's like a great example now that we've come into this era of like proper full-on SFM series like we used to do for Gary's mod. And that for me is really a great sign for what SFM can do for animated series.
Mm. Get from there, Yui.
There we are.
back with the mention of the OG Care Bears as well.
Huh.
You disappoint me. Is that the best you got?
Ah, yes, Rag ringing up Mumra from Thundercats. There's an official Care Bears Roblox game. I did not know that, Luna.
Interesting.
Because I've only played Roblox on one occasion, and that was literally when I was getting footage for, like, the SMG4 video that I edited, or helped to edit, Mario Plays Roblox. That's literally the only time I've ever fully on played Roblox. I have not touched it since. Which I guess it kind of surprised me why people actually like playing it, because apparently it's not just for kids anymore, or...
Well, the main thing is the, I imagine the, what's the word I'm looking for? Flexibility of the engine. I don't know why it took me that long to get the word flexibility out of my mouth. But yeah, basically, the engine allows you to turn Roblox into literally whatever you want. You can make the most basic kids game, or you can turn it into a like full-on MMO or Call of Duty style shooter, whatever you want.
I guess that's why it surprises me so much.
Yeah, in certain respects, Gary's mod and VR chat are essentially the same thing, in that if you can think of it, you can make it. And then, of course, there comes all the trappings associated with that. Things like easy to exploit, or you can be exposed to certain things that you don't want to be if you're not careful.
Yeah.
But in general, that does tend to be sort of the run-of-the-mill for any sort of dynamic game that allows you to do whatever you want. It becomes exploitable and or janky.
So I have learned.
And I say this as somebody who plays Arma 3 far more than he should, so...
Oh, this game's getting dicey.
I appear to have made it angry.
Oh dear, that does sound particularly bad.
He's currently spitting both fire and poison at me.
Oof. Luna, back still on the topic of Roblox. Really funny when well-known things have official Roblox games. Sonic has one, Hello Kitty has one, the Hello Neighbor spin-off Secret Neighbor has an official Roblox quote. Probably more examples out there somewhere, which that is pretty astounding that people can actually do that with Roblox alone. So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the thing is you can build, with the system you can build practically anything under the sun if you really want to, which is, I suppose that's where the real charm of it comes in. I think there's just a stereotype attached that it's meant for kids, and that has an effect on how people perceive it.
Oh, you're not going out that way, Sable.
I expected more.
Luna also saying, speaking of Roblox, there's a game called Forsaken that's actually pretty similar to DBD, but the killers are old Roblox quote-unquote creepypastas, and the players are just general old Roblox characters or people like, etc., etc. Interesting. Funny how that works, isn't it?
Oh, this is awkward.
What is?
I'm currently caught in what is known as a turf war. There are currently two very angry monsters fighting right in front of me right now.
Oh dear.
Both of them seem equally interested in fighting both each other and me.
Turf Wars and Monster Hunter, says Dominic.
Say again?
Dominic saying, I love Turf Wars and Monster Hunter.
They are very much a wonderful visual spectacle. Not so much fun when the monster suddenly turns around and decides you're also on the menu.
Yeah, I don't blame you there, Rack of Thundercats Roar.
Come on, Rathalos, give me your parts.
Yeah, we don't talk about Thundercats Roar around here. Don't worry, Steven, we'll get you down. Oh, mercy. Yeah, don't worry, Luna. I can't word properly sometimes either. You're not alone. me for not paying attention. Whew. Should not have gotten away with that one. Why can't they ruin something like He-Man or She-Ra? I don't know if I have an answer to that question, Rek.
Small problem. They did remake He-Man. The problem therein is what they did in the remake, which includes, not limited to, killing He-Man off.
What?
Yeah. I'm fairly certain there was a whole controversy about it, where they basically did a... what's the word? They basically pulled a deceptive one where they thought it was a remaster about He-Man, but no, he apparently dies early in the series and his successors take over from there.
That is stupid.
It is. Ah, my hubris has caught up to me. In an attempt to step back away from the monster to get an angle, I accidentally leapt off a cliff and have now fallen all the way down the tree trunk.
Oh well.
Fortunately, fall damage is not really a thing.
Thankfully.
Because as much as that probably would have been the coolest bow equivalent of a 360 no scope ever, if I pulled it off, I probably would have broken my legs and everything else.
Hello there, Jeff.
Oh boy.
Something big on the horizon. Will is dead. Oh shit.
Oh dear.
Interesting there, Ty.
Ow.
Quite alright there.
I am currently trapped between a Rathalos and several hard places. Oh yes, and its mate showed up about 5 minutes ago, so I had to fight both of them at the same time.
That sounds problematic. Thank you also for those kind words, Cantro. Have a good one, Mad Fortress. Figuring out vetting with Sony Vegas. That's good on you, Cantro. Very good on you. Although they're Akurito. Is Sherman doing? No, he's not. He's just doing his own thing.
Yeah, I'm here. I am running short of time, so to make sure I don't lose this hunt, I'm going to swap back to Old Faithful.
Old Faithful, you say?
Yes, my good old-fashioned dual blades, which is my go-to for Monster Hunter World. Furthermore, they're the ice variety, which should do nicely, and I only have 5 minutes to finish this hunt, so I better hustle. As it turns out, using a weapon with this that has the same element properties as the monster is resistant to is probably not the smart way to do this.
Probably not.
Okay, let's see if I can grab a hold of this bastard. Drop me down the hole, the bastard. There we go, get on the ground so I can finish you off. Shit, I'm about to time out on this.
Oh dear.
If I can do this in the next minute or so, then this will be clutch, but otherwise it'll be a failed hunt, and I hope I keep my loot. What the fuck was that?
Eh?
I just heard something gargantuan bellow out a roar that I have never heard before.
Oh dear, that sounds...
I am now very concerned. Come on, this is going to be clutch.
You got this, Migo.
I'm racing the clock here. Come on. Damn.
Couldn't
I
get
got
it?
timed out.
Fuck.
Oh, I was close, but yeah.
Solo hunt's always a tricky thing, isn't it?
It wasn't that. It was that I made the mistake of going into the hunt with a bow that was the same as his immunities. So I was doing reduced damage throughout the entire fight.
Oh dear.
Which, I mean, it was good practice with the weapon, and I got pretty far, all things considered. But yeah, I can just switch to my Hellblades now, and just use ice, and that should stop him in his tracks fairly quickly.
Of course.
Also, the fact that these are much higher level means that they inherently do more damage. But let me check. I think I still have some other items that I need to get from them, so I could probably hunt them again.
Awkward. Hello there, DM Chaos.
So there is some good news. The good news is that I did not lose the parts that I had gained from the fight. There's 2 other parts that I need to grab though, so I need another hunt anyway.
That is certainly a relief.
Feisty!
Ow.
Rough landing.
He kind of has me stun locked doing repeated attacks against me, so like knocks me back a little bit, then knocks me back again.
Oof.
Kind of annoying.
I can totally hear that.
Alright, let's see. Now I need to see if I can get him over here. There we go. Just what I wanted. It's amazing how much my performance improves when I'm using overranked gear.
So not a worry, Luna. I still appreciate your company a whole lot.
See if I can break these wings. Seriously, again?
Oh yes, I thank you for reminding me of the Boop the Bendy, Luna. Thank you. I love how I finished that, the DM Chaos immediately in with the what's up?
Oh no, your bendy plush has been possessed.
God damn it.
You say that like this has happened before.
Sorry to hear that, Mercy. Hope you're doing a little. Hope you'll be all right. Benny Plus starts having a will of its own, we're doomed.
I'm going to die.
The timing on that redeem also.
Bruh.
I see what you're going for there, Acute Rarity, and that is funny. Wait, hold on. The Glitch channel's got a new banner? Luna? I actually have to look this up after this match is done. Because that's news to me. Whew.
Do you actually think you can defeat?
Ow. Let me have a look at this, Luna. Oh my god, yeah, you're right! Pomni and Tari. That's the Twitter banner. What about the YouTube banner? Yep, same thing. And Pomni and Tari. That's lovely. there, Hellcat. Not too bad, Hellcat. Most, Sherman and I is having one of those Mondays. It was pretty... We did have a lot to say earlier, that is, goes without saying.
Yeah, we had a pretty lengthy, long chat. I'm kind of just locking in here because I want to get these unlockable items before I move on to the next thing.
They should have one more match in the tank for this stream.
Jesus. Where are you, you little bastard? There you are. Just break that other wing. Okay, this one is going significantly better.
Well, that's good.
He is approaching death's door, which gives me an opportunity to put an end to this. And we're not even... Oh, we're just at the halfway mark, so literally been able to get this far, almost roughly half the amount of time.
Too bad you won't make it much further.
What about you? How goes fleeing murderous psychopaths?
At the moment, not particularly well.
Oh dear. There it is again, that massive war.
Hello there, Scourge Girl.
Is that all you?
And I was not paying attention.
Oh dear.
And I'm dead.
Oof. Yeah, I also just went down, so I've got one more shot at this, but I shouldn't be able to fuck it up 3 times in a row, so...
No worries, Hannah. Have a good one.
Alright. Hopefully now that I managed to separate these two, I can actually finish this one off.
Fingers crossed.
As it turns out, trying to finish the one guy off while the other one is literally standing right next to him is difficult, let alone trying to skin him while the timer ticks down.
Not sure about rating Rocket Knight, but I appreciate the sentiment there.
There we go. It's 1.
Yeah, Luna, Dave is playing Monster Hunter, just for the record.
Yes. Good news is I got both of the raffle lost parts that I needed in that fight.
Well, that's good.
Money well spent.
Right, yeah, XPWL broadcast today. I almost forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder, Rack. Bullet points to sink into a killer now? I don't know. Probably not enough. I think that'll about do over the stream because we've been going for just about for literally 4 hours now.
Oh wow.
I appreciate everybody coming around and for Dave for all the talk and everything.
Yeah, happy to be here.
So thanks guys for all the love, support, and everything. Have yourselves a good day, stay awesome, and I'll see you all next time.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye!